Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, August 8th. The Boomsday Project happened. I guess that's pretty much all I can say about it that's positive. I said Monday that I was going to take Tuesday off. I had made plans that were not YouTube related. That's not something I do, but maybe once a year. And Hearthstone did not choose to oblige. So, yeah, the Boomsday Project happened. Nobody really made it obvious that it was going to happen on a Tuesday. I thought expansions came out on Thursdays. Seems like the previous expansions have. We opened less than 100 packs per account. It was about 80 packs because we were short on gold, which makes me feel like this expansion is coming earlier than normal. And I tried to do deck rebuilds, and they didn't really work. Like, for all the Boomsday cards that I got, none of them really do too much. There's like one or two cards in every category that might have expanded on the idea. Or improved on existing decks, but there's no great new concept here. They have a lot of mechs, replacing mechs that have long since gone into wild from Goblins vs. Gnomes. Yes, they have 10 magnetic cards, basically, which isn't enough to really build a magnetic mech deck and have that synergize as a crazy powerful concept. And then there's some death rattle cards that kind of work with maybe the hunter, and that's kind of it. And so when I had gotten back from what I had planned on doing yesterday, after doing the 150 card pack opening, I started doing deck rebuilds, and I streamed for a long time in the middle of the night doing deck rebuilds, and I was sleepy certainly, and it was just not good content, frankly, in my opinion. But honestly, I don't feel any different now having slept. I don't think you can really make a new deck with these cards. And so I just went on to hsreplay.net, which is what I was going to do anyways. And with the exception of this Murloc deck, each one of these is a named deck from HS Replay. Now, how I used HS Replay is I told it I had a certain amount of dust and looked for like the best thing that I could possibly get, which I believe at this point is Zoo Warlock, which boy do I not want to play Zoo Warlock all the time. And before it was Spiteful Priest, which we'll keep that. And then what I did is I said, for each character class, what is the cheapest deck I can build? The one that would require the least amount of dust. And I would do that by saying what requires no dust, what requires 100 dust, and just click up the filter on the left side of HS Replay until some deck appears, and then I would use that deck. Unfortunately, what this all turned into is that while in name these look like HS Replay decks, in spirit they've had some changes made to them, certainly. Like this Mech Paladin, there was definitely some cards here that were blue that I just said I'll click on these and I'll see if I can craft them. If they're like this, if they're a common card, I'll use dust on them, or if they're a rare card like this, I can craft them for 100 dust. But if they're an epic card, that would be 400 dust, and I was not willing to spend 400 dust on any of these cards. And so then I would just click it like that, and then and then replace it with something else. And so these are modified versions of those decks. Which inherently that then moves us to where we are now. I have 2,235 dust, and I want to make a classic card that I'm missing. I want to get that classic completion. I'm on the Americas account, by the way. I've realized that I've been doing this all wrong. By far, the vast majority of my fans are playing on the Americas account. I should start every stream going forward on the Americas account. It's kind of stupidly obvious that I should have done that. That way, if people want to friend me, if people want to challenge me, if people want to play me, we can have that happen more often than not. Because there's been too many incidences, and it's only been about 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 over the course of the past year, where people have asked to play one-on-one. I've said, sure, but you're gonna have to wait, and then they don't wait. So yeah, I think I want Illidan Storm Rage, unless there was something here that made a better argument. Yeah, let's just get this guy. So
Brotherhood shall prevail.
That is that. And I don't have enough dust to craft these 3 remaining things. So for the classic set, potentially 150 more decks need to be opened in classic cards. Or 4,200 dust needs to be spent to craft these. To just get the classic deck done. Alright. So now I'm just looking at all standard cards. I want to see if there's anything I can craft. A lot of epics certainly still missing. But I'm looking for any blues or any white cards. Because there might have been some commons or uncommon cards. I probably should create a second one of these, if anything, if it comes down to crafting something like that. Of course, even if I do craft the cards, I would have to know where the cards go. Now, on the European account, I've chosen a slightly different route to use the dust. I had so many cards missing to make the HS replay cards for those decks that I was using. I think I had about 5,000 dust on both the European account and the Asian account. So I was creating cards specifically recommended by those successful decks, which then theoretically means I'm having a bit more of a guided experience in creating cards instead of doing on my main account, which is what I'm doing here, which is just kind of bouncing around and trying to own everything and have a wide variety of a collection. It's unlikely that I would get to the point where I have a complete collection on the European and Asian accounts. So I'm more guided and more likely to be done. See, I'm now too short to make that card. Is, I suppose, ideal. So if I go here, I might as well just type in the key phrase common after that. Yeah, so we have all the common cards already made. And next is rare. There is actually no category called uncommon. That is just rare. So as far as wild cards, slowly I can go down this process and try and get all these cards made, or I could just sit on my dust and set and save it for later. Let's see. This is a wild card. Are you sure? See, even they are warning you. 10 pages of rares missing in wild. But if I look at just everything that's missing still, as I'd love to have a complete collection, it's 53 pages. So quite a lot. Quite a lot of stuff still. But in general, I guess we got everything done. And so we just need to this has been a long setup, frankly. I need to just play Murloc cards. I got the secondary daily quest that I was supposed to do done while doing deck builds. Alright, a classic pack. So if I get this classic pack and I get a legendary, that would be amazing. The party is here. Work together with another player to decorate the tavern and kick off the New Year's party. Which... this is confusing because didn't the year in Hearthstone, quote-unquote, happen a few months ago, closer to the Chinese New Year?
I must protect the wild.
If this is some kind of calendar year New Year that they're talking about, that's weird. And it's also weird that it's in no way close to the Gregorian calendar's New Year. I mean, this is August, not December, not January 1st. So they just gave me some cards. Unlikely. Creates 1 decoration for the tavern. Progression 0 of 25. Okay, so apparently we're just gonna do this, or we're gonna kill each other. And I assume this decoration might unlock a new board, because I was certainly noticing that that was the case. Let's see, you can't control how this minion attacks. I have a party crasher.
Job's done.
Create 0 decorations for the tavern. I don't understand. This seems like it says it will create 0 decorations for the party tavern. I don't understand what's going on here.
Gadgets and Gazette always gets the scoop.
So these guys are like the chess pieces. They just attack directly forward, it seems. So I'm assuming what the issue here is the party crashers will cause you to suffer too much. If I could play this would be nice. This is a weird strategy, certainly. Let's start getting into the news, though. YouTube decided to, in its Creator on the Rise program, promote a video gamer. This is the first time in my not really following the Creator on the Rise program, even though it was something that I was at least one person who suggested it to them to do. I cannot get the other. There it is. Get the other Chrome browser to pop up. So they promoted a gamer who talks about how the biology of monsters could be real in video games. It's kind of a more unique concept than I would have thought that they would have done. This one will create one decoration, and just going in the turn. But I would say that the creator, he has like 32,000 subscribers, so that's not an incredibly small amount. It's a lot more than my 260 or so. I did get a new subscriber in the past couple days. I've gotten several, so the expansions on Hearthstone still seem to be worth doing. But yeah, it is also, but he's gotten like 2 million views, and it does seem kind of odd. Create 7 decorations.
So many options.
This thing just keeps changing. I guess it's just based on the amount of mana you have. Ah, okay. So, I get it now.
I want answers.
This piggy's going to market.
There we go. So it seems like we're going to always have one party crasher on the field.
Side effects.
So
No.
let's
Trust
I think I can just keep this going now. Yeah, man, I guess I'm moving a little slow today after staying up so late. That's not really a big surprise. Let's start talking about the news. Alright. 8. That gets us a lot further.
I want answers.
Kill that one. And then in the turn. Let's see if this game is in English or not. Nope, English not supported for this simplified Chinese visual novel looking. It says it's an adventure RPG game. So, yeah, it's like an RPG Maker game with the bare minimum of 5 screenshots on it and no video, which is honestly, they should require a video on every game. Let's see.
I wonder.
I could add 9. Let's see. If I played this, it wouldn't.
So many options.
And
This piggy's going to market.
And there we go. So, So somebody made some fake Hearthstone cards for the Boomsday expansion, and Hearthstone retweeted them. One of them is a 0 mana 5/1 beast minion called BoJack Horseman. It says your minions can't attack because they hate you, everyone hates you. I haven't watched the BoJack Horseman Adult Swim cartoon, but I think I generally get the idea of what it's about. Let's see.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Let's go with...
I want answers.
I guess we can do this. We can do this. So, like, he's at over 25 now. And I'm over 25, so good. Hero power, deal 3 damage to the pinata. Boss, taunt. Can't be targeted by spell, is full of candy. Well, it seems like if I had a silence minion, which they probably didn't give me any silence minions, that I could probably take this guy on.
My hand is too full.
Let's see. Destroy a random party crash for each player. It draws a card. There we go. And okay. Let's go ahead and attack this, and let's go ahead and let's see, what can we do? This and this, and then in the turn. What was that he just did? He just did a bunch of damage to everything.
Golems are a girl's best friend.
See, he's playing a Jade Golem strategy. Probably still better to do things like this than it is to deal with another race using this. Yeah, this is not a great Tavern Brawl because it's just incredibly slow. The next card that he made up was a 5 mana, 4 attack, 5 health legendary minion called Trevor Bellmount. Battle cry, just completely wreck all demons. Like, these cards of course are not realistic. Next is a 2 mana, 2 attack, 2 health demon called Lucy, L-U-C-Y. It's some kind of black character that I don't recognize it from. I don't know if it's supposed to be the devil from some kind of cartoon that I just don't recognize or not. It's weird looking, and there's no reference here. There's a death rattle, peer pressure both players, and they're doing something terrible. And let's see, what was the fourth one? Fourth one is a 11 mana spell called Black Mirror. in the game, throw your electronics in the trash. And it's one of the episodes from Black Mirror that was very heavily promoting, like, not being obsessed about technology.
So many options.
Let's see. I kind of want to do this first. And play that, sure. I guess play that. Let's go ahead and play that right there. And then end the turn. See, sometimes it's not doing the explosion.
Where's my cat? Where's my cat?
So yeah, I think I may have this, but it comes down to really, like, this comes down to how this is all gonna work. Let's see, play this. Let's buffer, I guess, this one. And then we can play this, and then play this, and then heal ourselves.
I'm gonna downsize.
So he's down to 1. So there's really no reason why he shouldn't win there. And this should just be the end of the tavern brawl. Boy, haven't been talking much. This is too weird of a tavern brawl, frankly. It's too long. Good thing I don't have a bunch of daily things that daily quests to do. Alright, PC Gamer has a review of the game Overload. They give it a 75 out of 100. Alright, victory. Well, boy, would I never want to do that again. And that didn't seem like it said it was going to give you a new playfield or anything, so I guess the new playfield will probably just come in an update. There is also supposed to be a new single player expansion that I think is going to come a week later. So we know, since we only have a few cards, that that's going to turn into 150 dust, so just disenchant all of that. And that's good and all, but that really would only help me get like 1 rare wild card, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna save up my dust, save up to get the last few legendaries, and then move on. I need to play Murloc games, so Murloc cards first, so let's get there. Let's see. Is there the verdict from PC Gamer is Overload is beautiful combat, livens up Overload's tedious levels. I believe Overload is being sold, at least, or advertised at least by some people, as a spiritual successor to the game Descent, which was this 3D flying around in a spaceship game, early PC game for 3D graphics. caused a lot of motion sickness, and I know I tried to play it for like a second or two, and I was just like, this is just confusion and motion sickness. I don't want any more of that. Alright, let's see, we've got a game on Steam called Ascending Madness that's in early access. And using early access tag twice, again, see, I guess the difference here is whether or not they're spelling access with 2 or 1 S's at the end. That seems weird. I guess it's spelled both ways in some languages. Ascending Madness looks like it's a top-down twin-stick shooter where you're in this kind of hover. Well, it also is kind of a platformer because you're in this hover vehicle of sorts that that you have to use thrusting to keep you up in the middle of the screen. Graphics don't look completely awful, but it also doesn't look like an interesting gameplay mechanic to me. It's $9.99, and yeah, I'm not really gonna talk about it too much. In fact, like, I'm going slow, and this probably needs to be a shorter stream anyways. I just need a break. I need to take the rest of today off. Getting back to Layers of Fear maybe later tonight. That might be something that I try to do, but I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't. Next game we have on Steam is called Daytona Racing. This is the yet another clone of a top-down arcadey racing game. This one looks like it's probably a cell phone port. The graphics don't look that good. I've seen better versions of this idea already in the past year released. It's 40% off for 59 cents. And because of the fact that I've seen better already, I have no interest in getting the same thing. The top-down racing arcade games suffer from 2 major things. One, none of them can really do anything new. You can add more tracks, you can try and add some more gameplay mechanics, but none of them do any of that. And 2, the only reason why that game is even memorable is because when it was the arcade version, the original top-down arcade racing game, which I think was called something like Daytona 500 or something like that. The only reason that was memorable is because that arcade had a steering wheel on it and a gas pedal on it. And you were standing up, moving the steering wheel, not sitting down, not something like the cruising arcade games where you were in a full-on car and you could be in automatic and manual shifting and accelerating and braking. But the cruising series of arcade games came out a lot later too. But that's really the only reason it's memorable. And that's a nostalgia that most kids won't have because they will never seen the game or the original arcade. I got lucky there. Gamma Sutra has an article, game sales and revenue down at Bandai Namco. Let's see, according to the company's the drop-off can be attributed to dwindling game sales, with worldwide sales clocking in at 4.03 million units this quarter compared to 5.62 million units quarter 1 of 2018. The downward shift resulted in home video games revenue falling by 16.5 billion yen or 148.4 million US dollars. So yeah, this last quarter a lot of games didn't come out. Instead, a lot of games got announced at E3 Maybe not even that many. Bandai Namco in particular, if I was to, let's do a little research and waste time here. If I was to look at Bandai Namco's Wikipedia article and then see if I can find a list of their games, I'm pretty sure they're mostly going to come down to a lot of Japanese and anime style games that don't really translate to sales right about now. Mega Fin will be a 5-mana card, so we can go ahead and play that. Let's see, yeah. Mobile Seeds, Pac-Man, Dot Hack, Digimon, lots of Gundam, Tamagotchis. I'm scrolling chronologically here through it. Dinosaur Warriors. The latest Warriors game certainly didn't succeed. Dragon Ball Budokai, Naruto. You know what, it's not even really worth looking at their old games from 10 years ago. Let's just look at games from the end of the list. They have Jump Force, Twin Mirror coming out, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Bandai Namco is making that game? Why is Nintendo not making that game? Maybe they're doing something. They have something called 1111 Memories Retold, Soul Calibur 6, One Piece World Seeker, My Hero Academia 1's Justice, which I don't think My Hero Academia has translated to Western popularity yet, if it ever is. Divinity Original Sin, Black Clover, God Eater 3, Sword Art Online Fatal Bullet, My Tamagotchi Forever, Dragon Ball Z X Keepers, Naruto X Boruto, Ninja Voltage, 7 Deadly Sins, Knights of Britannia. A lot of these games I don't think are out yet. Record of the Grand Quest War, Dragon Ball Legends. These are all just games listed to come out in 2018. Gintami Rambo, Code Vein, I know that's not out, it's 2019. Dragon Ball Fighters, that should have been their big success, but looking at their list here, yeah, Bandai Namco hasn't really released anything else that even stood a good chance of succeeding. Most of these are based on anime licenses that were always going to be a niche audience. Let's see, let's play this. And then let's play this. Let's play this. Yeah. So no surprise that they're going down. Bandai Namco should have probably 5 years ago established some Western office somewhere to do at least one Western style game. Like, I guess you could argue that that's not the culture of their company, but they've just got so many eggs in one basket that that's just not a smart way to do business in the worldwide video game industry. Look at Nintendo as a comparison. Nintendo's got Bayonetta games coming out, they got Mario games, they got Zelda games, they got Metroid games, and for every game style that they don't want to touch or that they're not developing, they've got at least a dozen of other people who are willing to put out their games onto the Switch, like Binding of Isaac, for example, is a great example. Nintendo would never make a game like Binding of Isaac, but they're more than willing these days to let it be on the Switch. Moving on, we have a game on the Steam called The Call. This is an asset flip. Immediately. This is an unturned asset flip, which we haven't seen that in a while. Yep. The Roblox unturned asset flips haven't been coming out for a while. Also, RPG games haven't been coming out. I think it's almost 100%. Anyways, The Call is 99 cents. I think what happened is all of the cheap, low-effort developers that were making RPG Maker games saw or took it to understand that that Steam's, let's call it, minimal amount of censorship policy, they saw that as a free reign to just make games that would sell on sex. And so instead of spending a little bit of effort to make an RPG Maker game, they've now just shifted completely, because it was like a floodgate. Like 1 week, all RPG Maker games stopped coming out, and a ton of stupid Hinta puzzles, or like do Sudoku with an anime girl on the side of the screen type games just started happening. Alright. This. And then this. And then this. And that will let me kill this one easily. And that one easily. Job's done. And the turn. Next game we have on Steam is called Captain Training. It seems like it's a space resource, a 4X style game. It looks really bad though, and I'm not sure I'd ever want to play it. Oh, and English is not supported as a language. It's 30% off for $2.09, and it's a Chinese game. So, moving on.
Flames consume you.
Now, there is more than a handful of slightly controversial topics, and one of which I've already held off till the end of the stream, because I just am not awake enough to I think give a fair statement on it. Right. If I play this, it's 9, that's 19, that's 27. Let's go ahead and play this. Eurogamer has an article here. The game industry needs unions, so immediately you're in your title, you're editorializing, which is bad video game journalism. And we will certainly get into bad video game journalism a little bit later when we talk about IGN having a on-staff reporter caught plagiarizing from a YouTuber. Actually, we could probably talk about that story right now as I switch over to the European account, because there's really nothing other to say than that sentence. IGN was caught having a staffer plagiarize. No, that's not the right way to phrase that. That makes it sound like IGN that I know for sure IGN knew he was plagiarizing. It seems like that's not the case from the outside. IGN, a IGN staffer was caught plagiarizing. He took a video review and basically in some sections, word for word, said the exact same thing, copied what a YouTube channel had said about the review for Dead Cells. IGN, to their credit, got to it very quickly. I'll go ahead and show the decks I got from HS Replay on the European account while we're here. They took down the article in, I would say, a really decent amount of time, less than I think 12 hours, and started investigating. And in I think less than 18 hours, they fired the guy. And theoretically, in any journalism, plagiarizing should be a career ender. Although Giant Bomb didn't even want to talk about this, and see, this is going to get into more of the rant of how corrupt and lacking in journalistic ethics people are in the video game industry. Is that they always want to cover their own butts. They always want to have a excuse or be excused for bad behavior. And so they didn't even want to, on Giant Bomb, they didn't even really want to talk about it, but they knew they had to talk about it. And they said, well, this is almost a career ender. No, plagiarism is a career ender. If there is one thing that is a career ender, and there should be many things that are career enders in journalism, plagiarizing is that. And frankly, it should be a career ender in any job field. Like, if you're stealing somebody else's work, and you're, particularly when your industry is nothing but your work, which is most industries, that is it. Now, I haven't been plagiarized, nor have I, to my knowledge, maybe in kindergarten I copied somebody's paper, but I don't think I ever even did that because I never cared about my grades. But I certainly have been in situations where I have heavily suspected, if not downright known, that coworkers were claiming to have done things that I had done. In one particular situation, I'm fairly certain that someone was claiming to do the work that I was doing because that person was not doing any work at all. Like, I was very much just about to report him when my time there ended, probably because of lies of this employee. So I imagine what was happening in the background, and I'll never really know, is that he was claiming he was doing all the work and I was doing none of it, and he had built up enough of a repertoire to trick his manager into believing that. And it's just unethical, always. It should be a career ender. It is incredibly crazy and incredibly stupid. And Giant Bomb did try to go, well, maybe, I can't even, they were saying, I can't even understand it. I can't even understand it. It's like, you don't need to understand it. Somebody did something wrong. It's just that you just need to condemn it, and they really didn't want to condemn it. So that's Giant Bomb's take on it. There's a lot of issues, I imagine, that if I were to just go and look up IGN controversies, let's see. Let's just see what they are, because IGN, I'm pretty sure IGN is, let's see, IGN has always been, I think, a little too close to the industry. Let's major shaman victory is what I need. Oh, you know what? Actually, I need to do the tavern brawl first. Let's hop in here. Let's see. IGN staff walkout after former employer sexual harassment by Kotaku. IGN's praise score is why video game reviews need to end Forbes. What's wrong with IGN from August 25th on Reddit. Let's see what that article is. I've got so many tabs open. There you go. This will be how you get to the man on the street response. So r/true gaming. What's wrong with IGN? Question mark. Everybody seems to hate them, but they seem fine to me. Reasons why.
My greeting.
Edited. Let's see. The first response from 4 years ago. So here's 4 years ago reasons why people had problems with IGN. And so this response says, I'll take a crack at it. I personally don't care for IGN. Please remember that reading this as an opinion and somewhat biased as a result. IGN used to have decent content on a daily basis. As the years went on, they slowly started to degrade that level of content until we ended up with articles with the following
Trust me.
with articles such as the following examples. Article number 1, fake or gay. Article number 2, 5 innovations Call of Duty gave the world. Article number 3, Under Siege low score due to being hard. Article number 4, IGN reviewed God's Hands and gave it a poor review for being difficult. Article 5, this was epic for the win. Makes me cringe, which happens a lot during their videos. Article, I guess maybe that was a video. Article number
Well played.
6 is IGN's review of Dead Space 2 is poorly written. IGN's reviewing JRPG writer hasn't played more than an hour of JRPGs. And article number 8 is I Am Alive 4.5 out of 10. I don't remember the game I Am Alive. Alright, next part of this says, if those aren't enough to make you absolutely sick of IGN, how about you go back through the years and think about the controversies involving IGN. People have always been skeptical about IGN's reviews, but within the last few years there have been leaks that have revealed many scores for games were essentially purchased by the companies. Now, I suppose it's worth pointing out
Well played.
that the IGN is not Game Informer and is not owned by CBS. So this, when Giant Bomb is trying to protect IGN, it's not because they even have a business interest other than they just want to protect everybody in the industry and they're all way too friendly with each other. It's similar in the way where CNN, particularly these days, is very, very concerned when any news media is attacked physically or verbally, but basically doesn't care about any other kind of person. News reporters, and in this instance video game journalists specifically, want to be this elevated, protected class of people that they just do not deserve to be. And there's no reason why they would be a protected class of people. Let's see. I'm just gonna hold off for one more turn. Let's see. There's a Zelda Informer article being referenced here. Former IGN employee admits review scores are skewed. Then the next paragraph says, if that wasn't enough, IGN has in the past rushed through games and rates products without completing them. Most recent example is Pixel Junk, which resulted in IGN stealth editing their article. This was captured in MIDI Twitter conversations in which the writer was called out, which resulted in him editing the review. So, when writing an article, you are supposed to mention that you edited it. If you're not mentioning that you edited the article, then you're that's an interesting phrase, I suppose, stealth editing the review to hide your screw ups, I suppose. And I could probably kill this guy, but I don't want to. But I need to kill these guys pretty quickly. When it comes down to on Reddit and many other places, IGN is simply known for stealing content from other services, removing watermarks, mass advertising, and generally douchebaggery. So remember, this is a Reddit post that I'm looking at from 4 years ago. And IGN is yesterday having an employee accused of stealing content. If you consider many Redditors' stance on sites such as 9gag, I feel it's easy to come to the conclusion many have come to too. Additional content theft examples are, there's a link here for stealing from Game Banshee, stealing from a DeviantArt user, stealing content from an indie game creator and making money off of it, and stealing content from Gearspedia. So this is like strike 5. Like, as far as IGN as an entity having a bad name that is they've earned.
Well played.
Okay.
I want answers.
Let's see.
This might sting. This might sting.
There you go. Next paragraph on this comment. This is a long comment. It's almost done. There are many more examples of these. Their Facebook commonly post images where they add the IGN watermark to images taken from DeviantArt, Reddit, and other places, which effectively means that they are claiming copyright on something they do not have copyright on. And I think I've even noticed that there's if you do image searches every now and then, you'll see, hey, here's a picture from one source and the exact same picture with an IGN watermark, but it hasn't been cropped out, so this picture that doesn't have the watermark had to have been the original, and thus they watermarked something they didn't own. The next paragraph says, Reddit and other communities of people just plain dislike companies who steal content that is original from other sources, fake review scores, and put lower quality content and overall function more as a marketing machine than an actual game site. There are some pieces of good content on IGN. Sadly, I can't think of any examples in the last few years, which is why personally this person has moved to Giant Bomb, Game Informer, Your Gamer, Rock Paper Shotgun, and our games. And in the 4 years' time, Giant Bomb has turned to garbage. Game Informer, I don't really follow, but I don't think it's very good. Your Gamer is alright, but it certainly is very biased. And our games, I don't know if it's really much of a news source that I can quote, because it's just random people, and I just can't inherently trust that random people are going to be able to do this. I wonder what would happen if we just had the piñata full. If I had my side full of things and he had his side full of things, then maybe would the piñata? I'm pretty sure the piñata. I'm probably mispronouncing that sometimes. It probably would destroy something like the rightmost minion.
Side effects? No.
Let's see what happens actually.
Trust me.
Play this, and I'll play the next one after I have a minion. Alright. So I need to do 5. So I can't do that. I could do this though.
Thank you.
Well, that should have been it. That should have been it right there. Okay, so yeah. So there's IGN controversies in a nutshell. Like that was a small bit of investigative journalism I just did there very poorly and not paying a lot of attention. That is generally why I probably wouldn't get a job as an investigative journalist. Just because I'd have to spend way too much work on it and make sure I get all the facts straight. What did he do to clear the entire field?
Spectacular.
He like killed everything on that side. This one's immune to spells. Okay. Well, let's do this.
For the horde.
This one's gonna die anyways.
I want
Well played.
Careful.
Let's do this. Do this.
Well played.
And let's do that. That way there's one room for him to switch, because I don't want him to move over and kill everybody on my side like he apparently did on their side. Although maybe he just did 2 damage to everybody. So that was, like, I guess the story that needed to be covered before we get to this Eurogamer story. The game industry needs unions, and again, editorializing, and these are the people trying to make it happen in the UK. Meet the activists behind Game Workers Unite UK. Inherently, this is kind of a internal thing, and there are some weird things there as far as, are the people who are trying to make a union, do they actually represent the will and intent of the employees, or is this more of an instance where perhaps the video game industry themselves is trying to muddy the issue and have a union that would be favorable to them formed compared to a unfavorable union. Because there's most definitely have been scenarios where a union gets formed and then intentionally by design is super ineffective and super not pushing for anything more. The main things unions want changed are, in very general speak, is working conditions and pay. If a union only is focusing on working conditions and not pay, you're probably not satisfying serving the union members right. If you're only interested in increasing pay and not working conditions, well, you've created a terrible situation there, because you could be in a factory somewhere where it's incredibly dangerous and people are dying, but heck, everybody's getting paid a lot. That's not doing a good job either. But on the other hand, if it's a super safe factory, but everybody's getting paid minimum wage and is on food stamps and can't afford to feed themselves, that's not a good situation either. For the video game industry, working conditions are a weird one, certainly, because what it kind of is going to have to break down into is let's see, how would you say this? There needs to be more professionalism in the video game industry, in my opinion. I would say there needs to be more professionalism in a lot of industries, certainly, but the video game industry is definitely one of them. Let's see. I'm gonna play this and then see if I can play this again. Not right now, I can't. Well, in the turn. They also, I guess, more than professionalism, which needs to be on both sides, both the management and the associates, the union members. They need job security. Like, that's the number one thing. So any group trying to make a union in the video game industry, if they're not saying we need to be guaranteed to not be fired when the project ends, that's the number one thing. Or there's things called job pools that unions sometimes do, where you pay to have somebody trained and they're the first one to be hired as soon as more work happens. So it becomes this co-op between potentially even different video game companies, where programmers are going to work every day and getting trained on being better programmers, and as soon as they need a programmer to make work on a game, they
I want answers.
They get hired back on. That's certainly what they did in, like, car manufacturing. Sometimes they succeeded with that. But my fear is what the other story that I haven't talked about yet is just a over perception, or a false, I guess over perception is the wrong one. My fear is that there is literally a false perception of sexual harassment and just bias of sorts. The SJW stuff. and they're going to try and make a union that is only concerned about covering the SJW stuff, which some of that is legitimate, yeah, and some of it there's federal laws. This is a UK article, but that if you can prove it, which it's always hard to prove, you should stop hiring practices that are unethical, that are favoring one group over another. But a lot of it is just people like the ArenaNet writer, who she never stopped talking, by the way. I just stopped covering her, and most people just stopped covering her. Even the video game industry has given up trying to give her an excuse, because she's still going on tirade. She's still saying that she was wrongly fired for being rude to a person on Twitter, a fan. So yeah, that's my fear. I'm gonna leave this article for other people to read, frankly, because there's kind of nothing here. Like, if the union gets formed, then the time is to start to report on it. The way Eurogamer is writing this now, they're basically making a political post. That it would be similar to if somebody put a post out endorsing a political candidate. Like, there's a very decent chance that this union will never get off the field. I think that a lot of people would have to get together and have a conversation, and it's going to be a real struggle, and I'm not sure that video game developers are on the same page to have that struggle and even know what they really want. And until they do, that's where I think it's going to stay. Alright, it's been an hour and 15 minutes, and there's still a ton of news. Not really a ton of things to do, though. We just... The Tavern Brawl, in particular, just took forever. So that's where I'm going to end this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, August 9th, 8th, yeah, August 8th. Let's see, we're on the European account. I decided to start going in the opposite direction, so I'm going to start streams on my Americas account and then move to the European account. Maybe that will work a little bit better, and then eventually I'll finish on the Asian account. I need to get a major Shaman victory. Like, let's try this Freeze Mage. I'm hoping that by starting on the Americas account, if anybody comes on and they immediately want to play me, they can do that. They're more likely to be playing on the Asian account. Then I suppose if people want to play me and I've already moved over to the European account, then I'll have to make them wait, but I think I'll end up making less people wait doing it this way.
Oh, it is on.
Let's see. Almost every article now, I don't know, ever since I started covering the news, video games in general have become a little less interesting, a little less fun, in fact. Just because the news is always negative, it's always a controversy, it's always some something that people should be aware about. Like, for instance, so I already talked about it, but the IGN getting caught plagiarizing and stealing content for at least the 5th time in 5 years.
What is my purpose?
At least allegedly has been caught at least 5 times in 5 years, from what I could do just doing a cursory internet search. The
Pain, speak to me.
So yeah, that's kind of a bummer. But also plagiarism being treated well. The good news is I don't think anybody is even trying at this point to say plagiarism is not bad. Like we have, at least on this topic, the journalist community, whether video game journalists or otherwise, are on the same page. That plagiarism is never acceptable, and you can't try to make the argument, sure I plagiarize, but plagiarism isn't wrong. Which certainly we could be in that scenario.
Bring pain. Reality woven.
But then that brings me to our first story I want to talk about. This one is weird because I thought this is a Game of Sutra article. Firewatch art director Ollie Moss has joined Valve. I thought all of the employees who were employees at Firewatch would have all been at Valve when Valve acquired it. So why is there a specific news story that that's saying this person who worked at Firewatch on Firewatch moved to Valve?
Access denied.
Let's see. So this Game of Sutra article is literally 3 sentences. So that's useless. I'm just gonna have to Google Ollie Moss, I guess, and see if I can explain what. Let's see. Career. Campo Santo. Campo Santo was the creator of Firewatch.
I wonder.
Do this. And that. Then end the turn. In September 2013, Moss and Mark of the Ninja team leader Nils Anderson joined with former Telltale Games employer Jake Rodkin and Sean Vanneman, and I think Sean Vanneman is probably the most contentious person at Campo Santo. So it was like a 4-person team. Moss worked closely on the design as well as the art for the studio's first release, Firewatch, inspired by the iconic style of 1960s national park posters. Blah 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 blah. He must have just been a contractor though. But then but he wasn't a contractor if he formed a company. So I'm very confused why this is a story. Somebody tweeted out they're working for Valve when we knew, or at least we assumed, that everybody at Campo Santo, all 4 of those people, are working at Valve. Let's see. Campo Santo, by the way, is also founded with the Idle Thumbs co-founder Jake Rodkin. So
I wonder.
Sean Veneman and Jake Rodkin, according to this Wikipedia article, says they co-founded Campo Santo, and they were then joined by Niels Anderson and Moss as, I guess, some kind of
What to do?
so it's a two person founded the job. Two people founded it. Two people were basically employees. I'm just scrolling down here, and somebody's chatting something. A lot more chatter since the Boomsday project came out. Of people chat messaging me on Hearthstone. So I guess that's new players. I'm not gonna respond to it though, even if they did say something intelligible, which that really wasn't.
An incredible discovery!
Let's see. So I'm looking at the Campo Santo Wikipedia page. They do have the history. Say Sean Vanneman tweeted that he'd be doing a DMCA takedown against PewDiePie. And then Firewatch was review bombed on Steam. And Ars Technica noted that the company previously stated on their website that they gave open permission to stream and monetize videos made while playing the game. So had PewDiePie spent some of his millions, which theoretically he has, to fight that DMCA, he would have won and set precedent, and that would have been very, very helpful for streamers. So I guess I should be a little bit mad at PewDiePie for not fighting that. I'm not sure if the DMCA actually ever got filed, though. They kind of just threatened to do it, and then PewDiePie took it down. Apparently, what happened here is I guess Moss was just a contractor or something. Yeah. And as a contractor now, he's in a theoretically theoretically he's now an employee, but he might be. So the exact quote from his Twitter is, "So one thing that's neat is that I'm going to work at Valve," which you could probably translate that to, "I'm going to work at Valve for a while," or "I'm going to work in the offices of Valve, but I'm not technically an employee." Ooh, that's a nice card to play.
Job done.
What did that card do? Change the cost of minions in your deck to 1 mana. Ooh. Nice.
Access denied.
So, what a non-story. What a just non-story. Like, yeah, this guy is going to work at Valve. There's nothing else he can really say or has said. Let's see. Moving on. Gematsu, my only real saver at this point as far as video game news, because they just really talk about video games and only video games, and mostly Japanese video games. 12 minutes of Anno, A-N-N-O, Mutatium, at China Joy 2018.
Runs out on me.
So Mutatium is Mutatiom. China Joy, I believe, is a conference. So it looks like this gameplay is going to be played via camera looking at the screen. This looks like it is a hack and slash 2.5D game where you're fighting mechs.
What to do?
With some cyberpunk characters. It's kind of a half Chinese anime style and half cyberpunk, which I don't know who I would attribute cyberpunk to, really. So the thing I don't see here is Sorcerer's Apprentice. Where's Sorcerer's Apprentice? There they are. I need to make multiple copies of that. Well, apparently Anno Mutation is coming to PS4. And nothing else. So, unless it comes to PC, I have no real interest in it. Moving on, Sumo GameIndustry.biz has an article. Sumo search for the next Snake Pass. Why the UK developer runs regular game jams and is planning to share the playable prototypes for free. The way that's kind of phrased, it feels like what they're saying is they're running game jams to particularly source the source new games. So somebody would be invited to a game jam, think of a great idea, think of a great game, and then they would just steal that idea and take it for their own. I don't believe that's what they mean. I think what they mean is they have more internal game jams. Yeah, the first phrase here in this article is internal game jams, where employees who are already working for Sumo are working, given a project basically to say, hey, why don't you think up of a game and let's see how that works. Snake Pass is a game I definitely want to cover. It's an interesting idea, certainly, alone. Right, here we go. Right. Friendly minion and copy it. And friendly minion and copy it. And that's gonna get me, I think, as close as I can get. So if he can play a spell, which he probably can, to kill all these, I'm doomed.
Behold the glory of a new self.
Yep. So ideally I should have played this first. So yeah, I'm doomed.
Require my assistance.
You know what this deck is supposed to do. It would have gotten, had he been on the field, would have gotten this down to 1 mana, and I could have done enough of them to win in a couple turns. I guess though this is also kind of an internal story. It's like, yeah, one company does a lot of internal game jams to make the next game. They're really not doing anything that any other company probably isn't doing. The big difference is most game jam games suck. Like, whether it's a public or an internal game jam, you're given maybe a week at most. Usually it's like just a couple of days, and they're just like single gameplay mechanic ideas, single story gameplay mechanics. Some game jams are built around themes that are really only useful if you were going to if you were going to try and pitch a story versus pitching a gameplay mechanic, when frankly you need to be pitching a gameplay mechanic more than anything. Like story, audio, visual, all that stuff is not going to get done in a few days. But the idea of a snake acting like a snake and crawling around a stick, programming towards that, and motion rigging towards that is a concept that you could at least start with. That's why I've seen some game jams where most of the games are just visual novels, and that's it. And you're just not going to take a great... some game jams, like, there's no game even finished. It's just a couple people who are going to pitch a concept. And it's also inside baseball, too. Let's see. No, I can still win this, right? And I literally cannot play that card. And I literally can't do anything else either, so... That's all I can do. I'm gonna lose by fatigue alone. Gamer Sutra has an interesting article. How a Twitter campaign brought in 95 new game reviews. Apparently this is a blog from Failbetter, and they started a Twitter campaign to get people to review Sunless Sea. Now I would argue Failbetter has also done some amount of influence or bribery to get people talking about Sunless Sea, because it has been talked about way too much. It is way overhyped. It's still not out yet, and there's just kind of nothing whatsoever there that would explain why it has gotten so much coverage. So what did they do? They started a hashtag called Love Indies, a week-long celebration of indie games and their communities designed to boost positive conversation and hopefully lead to more players remembering games they loved, which deserve a brief review. And so they made an icon that says Love Indies, rate review. I saw this only a couple days ago. The first Love Indies took place in July, so apparently they're doing it again. I could have won there, but I'm gonna have to get really, really good at playing that mage deck. Let's try the new HS Replay Shaman deck. Where is it? Token Shaman. Even this article, this blog that they're writing is just around the idea of promoting games, their game.
Troll versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild.
For Doomhammer.
But the way this is phrased, how a Twitter campaign brought in 95 new Steam reviews, is weird. And because brought almost, if you misread it, just looks like bought. How a Twitter campaign bought 95 new game reviews. And I don't know what 95 new game reviews really tells you or does. Steam in particular, it's clearly that a case of not very many people review games. And even of the people who do review games, not very many of them want to do great writing on during the reviews. Often it's just a good game, liked it, whatever. Inherently, I think what they need to do is they need to abandon or merge a thumbs up, thumbs down system into the idea of, let's see. Like, they need a thumbs up system is what they need. A thumbs up and thumbs down system on top of reviews. Because everybody should be asked in like the next Steam summer sales, like, hey, did you like this game? Thumbs up. If you didn't like it, thumbs down. This will help us get better recommendations.
Road is a ribbon of moonlight.
Unlike YouTube in particular, which is so obsessed with people just staying on the service and seeing more ads, Steam isn't showing you ads, so there's really no reason why they should take into factor or account something like the number of hours you spend on a game. There's plenty of games that a lot of people just idle and are awful, and so if somebody's time clickers is mine, like time clickers is always idling on it, doesn't mean I love time clickers 19,000 hours more than I love Borderlands 2 or Portal 2. So I don't know if Steam really does take your playtime into account. They do list it during the reviews, but for the vast majority of people, it is a case of most people having less than 2 hours on record of even playing the game. Let's see. Let's do this. And do this. And do this. And do this. And this. You wouldn't want to limit what people could review on Steam to like people who've played more than 2 hours. I don't think that's a valuable thing to add, but I would like just a thumbs up, thumbs down. And frankly, it could be a blanket thing where even if you don't own it on Steam, you could thumbs up, thumbs down it, and they could just run their basic spam filtering algorithms on top of that. In fact, they probably could catch some people who are cheating the system better.
Thunderstruck!
Alright, so I have a game on Steam called Skateboarding Pro. It looks like MS Paint graphics. It's $5.99. Yeah, it's just a side-scrolling infinite runner type game. So yeah, nothing really to say there on that game. Your Gamer has an article. Dedicated fan spends a year 100%ing every canon Zelda game. Oh, I know who this guy is. I used to watch this guy on YouTube. Let's see, what is his name? How do you get to somebody's YouTube page? Watch on YouTube.com, I guess. Super MC Gamer. I haven't watched him in a long time. So the thing about Super MC Gamer, he has 107,000 subscribers, is he went very much in this Nintendo only direction, and I don't think he's inherently just part of the Nintendo Partner Program on YouTube. So maybe he is, but he was also running an annual Zelda-thon with him and his friends. He did Minecraft for a short time, but then he kind of got bored with it, I guess, and focused on, yeah, the about on his page is the official channel of Zelda-thon. Let's see. And he has over 20 million views with 100,000 subscribers. So I guess that's how big you have to get until for people to start talking about you. Let's see. This. Yeah, I don't even really have much of anything else to say about Super MC Gamer. He was, I think, part of the Minecraft group for a while. I don't know if he's done a Minecraft video in a long time. I guess I could look at his videos. I just stopped watching him. That's kind of it. Just because he's just playing the same. He's playing the same old Nintendo games over and over again, and I'm willing to watch somebody speedrun old Nintendo games or old games, but I'm not willing to watch them play a game when it's their 5th or 6th time. Particularly since I don't feel like, I don't recall him having such incredible and in-depth insight on criticizing the games. He's far too much of a fanboy of Nintendo to really criticize them, I would guess. Yeah, I'm just scrolling. The Zelda-thon podcast of some sort called the Zelda-thon Show. Yeah. I'm just seeing Zelda. Yeah. So I don't even know what you take from that article from Your Gamer. It's just, I guess it's a better article to write than some other ones I've seen. At least here you're using the efforts of a YouTuber to promote that YouTuber instead of, now I need to do Monster Hunt. That's an odd thing to have to do. So Monster Hunt is this one. How are we on Monster Hunt? I guess we just move forward here. We're playing as cards that didn't start in your deck cost 1 less. We'll take that, I guess. And coins. Gang up. Let's go to gold. Jake.
Ancient spirits, hear my call. By root and vine.
At least in this case, Your Gamer is not trying to crush or say something nasty about a YouTuber. At least it doesn't seem like that.
The trail leads here.
Leave this place.
Next we have a game on Steam. Man, I am just so tired from the expansion yesterday. That was just timed very poorly for me. Next game we have is Kings and Assassins. Also, I'm still very much struggling with insomnia. Let's see. Kings and Assassins says it's a strategy game. It's kind of got an interesting cel-shaded look to it in its thumbnail. The actual game looks like it's an isometric top-down game, so I don't know if this is kind of like almost a Warcraft Go-esque puzzle game, or if there's something more It seems like maybe you need to march a king through different play fields, and by marching that king through the different play fields, you can let's go ahead and just do that.
First kill.
There. Let's see. Kings and Assassins describes itself. It says, discover the digital adaptation of the renowned two-player game. Can you safeguard the king all the way to the castle? Danger abound in an angry mob controlled by your opponent. 3 assassins are planning to murder the monarch. Get ready for the fight. The hunt is on. So it seems like it's a digital version of what would have been a board game. It doesn't look bad at all. So this is something, it does require a third-party account, which if I were to actually buy this game, I may struggle mentally with actually doing that.
Ha, this guy's toast.
First.
Job done.
And it does require a third-party EULA. Kings and Assassins is $6.99. It says it only has like 2 game boards. That seems kind of crazy too. This looks good. It's good enough to at least put on the wish list and keep an eye on it. And I haven't covered a lot of games so far. I'm moving incredibly slow today.
Talk about a nice first kill. First kill.
Hey, lights out.
Let's see. Moving on, Eurogamer has an article. Halo TV show due out in 2020 features Master Chief in the lead role. Will follow a new story. I assume that unless this is just straight up a non-canonical tale, that guarantees that Master Chief will always be alive. Like, I assume that's the case.
One shot, one.
Hey, lights out.
Job's done.
There we go. This is Showtime that's working on this. So there's still a lot of room though for that to just not happen. Not that I'm particularly rooting for it to happen or not happen.
Hey, lights out.
Forward. Eurogamer has an article. Ubisoft teases Rainbow Six Siege's seemingly UK-themed new season, Operation Grim Sky. You can read that article, I guess, if you want, but I don't care about Rainbow Six Siege. I think the audience there is very evenly split between people that have long since missed that boat, or people that are still interested in playing that game.
I adore Murlocs. They're like frogs, but
Rainbow Six Siege is another one of these games that is just getting talked about way too much and way overhyped. I know it is a games as a service game that keeps on going on and on and on, but
The trail leads here.
I'm not sure you need to report on it any more than, say, you report on like the new update to World of Warcraft. And World of Warcraft, frankly, should be the most reported games as a service MMO game that exists, because it is culturally more relevant and has probably more players. Alright, we have a game called Flame Ruby on Steam. It says grab up to 6 friends and blast into the exciting world of Flame Ruby. Test your wits with dozens of item combinations just for you. This doesn't even look like MS Paint level graphics. It looks like somebody literally drew these with a colored pencil. Let's see, yeah. Ooh, could I steal his quest? Apparently I could. I could steal his quest and try to play Murlocs, but that would never happen. Let's see, how much is Flame Ruby? I'm not seeing a price. Did I scroll by it? It's not even listed for sale anymore, apparently. It says it's free to play, but then it also has microtransactions up the wazoo. It's a $25 microtransaction for rubies. I think this game has already been kicked off Steam. And how Steam deals with that is kind of an interesting move. Because... yeah, I guess I could steal that card. Generally speaking, the idea is that I think they keep the page up for a while and then take down the download button. But at a certain point I think they take the page down too. Next game we have on Steam is called Shadow Crawl, and it's tagged an indie adventure RPG strategy game. From the thumbnail, it looks like it's total garbage. There's quite a few videos on this, but it's going for a even less than 8-bit Nintendo NES era graphics. It's going for something that I guess would be between an Atari and an NES. Just the graphics, there's a lot of graphics, but they're not good at all.
I smell blood.
Let's see. Am I going to die?
I'll give it a shot.
If I continue to attack the face? Let's see. Apparently you're playing as a cult leader in Shadow Crawl, and you can worship demons, conquer gods, and make dark pacts with unspeakable horrors. Shadow Crawl is a classic roguelike with updated design principles and a strong focus on strategic gameplay. It's set in a highly interactive occult punk universe rooted heavily in gothic literations and pagan lore. This is, I don't think, what this game is. It's 33% off for $6.69. I don't think I'd spend more than 69 cents on this. It's just, visually looking at it, it's a top-down roguelike style game, and that's just not going to work for me. I'm gonna hit this. And this. And I'm gonna hit this.
First kill.
And this.
Job done.
So let's move on to the next game. We have a game on Steam called Lucky Night Poker Games. Exciting blackjack and Texas Hold'em in VR. The issue with any poker game, yeah, particularly when you're trying to have a visual aspect to it, and it's not just a simplistic top-down thing, is how much variety do you see in the people, in the environments, in the table styles, the surrounded areas. They've done something here where either they've gotten a decent amount of Unity assets that works with them, or they've animated it themselves. So I'm seeing seeing characters. I'm seeing a dealer that's interesting to look at. I'm seeing characters as other players. To be fair, it's kind of towards the male gaze. The dealer has like a low-cut blouse that I don't think any casino would want because it would distract from actually playing it. The VR section has a bar you can sit at where you can smoke cigars and drink, and there's seems to be some kind of emotes. Summon a random murloc. Give your minions death rattle, summon a random murloc. Not a terrible thought. Cards and I'll keep on playing.
Can hear you thinking. He feeds on your fear.
So visually, it's pretty appealing, but I'm not seeing a lot of variety here. And Blackjack and Texas Hold'em is not a terrible selection, but it's not a great selection. It's an English and simplified Chinese game, which makes me suspicious. Like, I imagine what's going to happen is that people will get this game that yeah, I imagine you get bored of it pretty fast. That's one of the reasons why Poker Night at the Inventory is at least a different attempt on a poker game, because it's built around poker characters, crazy characters talking to you as you're playing poker, which is inherently in itself a boring and slow game. So having some slight distraction there of conversation. This VR game allows 6 players to be matched, and it says simple and natural controls only, and they didn't put a space between controls and only. Yeah, this is almost certainly a cheap Chinese game, but it looks rather pretty. It's 99 cents. If you have VR, this might be one that you would want to gamble on. No pun intended. But you definitely need to go in with eyes wide open. In the image, I can see that they really only have one animation of one dealer, so there's basically a clone of the dealer at another table. Playing this in VR doesn't seem like the controls are actually going to be that great, and I'm not sure how much that would really affect poker in particular if you're seeing other opponents move their hands, but not seeing their facial reactions and things like that. The fact that it's 99 cents. I'm gonna wishlist this and just keep an eye on it. It's a VR game, so I wouldn't be able to play it anyways, but I do want to see what the reviews actually come out on this, because, you know, at that price point, if it actually is even slightly decent, that could be a surprise. Let's go ahead and hit this. Moving on, we have on Steam Beauty and the Beast Hidden Object Fairy Tale, Hidden Object Game. This is not from Big Fish Games. It's rated 100% positive of 13 user reviews, which is slightly suspicious. Let's see, it supports a bunch of languages. It's 10% off for $2.69. Inherently, yeah, I probably should wishlist this game because it's just cheaper. Like, that that symbol factor instead of dealing with big fish games that are always these collector's editions that are selling for $13. That wouldn't make more sense. I think I'm watching the video here. It seems like like most hidden object games, you're just kind of randomly trying to find things. There might be slightly less of a story in this game. They seem to have done things a little bit different and not tried to put an adventure or story in it. But the graphics don't look terrible. Of course, the graphics in hidden object games are almost 100% pre-bought assets. Anyways. This. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do that. So yeah, I'll wishlist that. Next game we have on Steam is called Shadowblood VR. They say it's a first-person action game based on fantasy. You have to defend the country of Nara by defeating a conned, corrupted, malevolent dragon. Let's see. Sounds like a Chinese game, if I was to guess. I'm gonna take this since we're getting close to the end here. If I somehow just stupidly win this, I'd be amazed. Also, I haven't been paying attention. I may have already gotten the daily quest done. So what is this really? It's a VR game where it looks like you're in an arena and you're fighting several monsters. And even though you're swinging your sword, it's telling you that you missed or you did a critical hit, so it's running a percentage, a miss calculation. And boy, can you not do that in a VR scenario where you know you hit something. See, it's $8 for Shadowblood, even. No discount. Graphics don't look bad, but you really are just going to be standing in a few different areas attacking monsters from best I can tell. And I guess eventually you might work up your way up to a final dragon fight. Gematsu has an article, Disaster Report 4+, Summer Memories VR mode has a dedicated story. The main story will not be playable in the PlayStation VR headset. Disaster Report itself will not be playable outside of Japan. So it's coming out October 25th in Japan. They've already said they're not going to bring it to the West or outside of Japan. It's a shame. Somebody needs to clone them, and just say, look, if you're not going to do it, then we'll do it.
Job's done.
Draw a spell from your deck. So if I continue playing with a bunch of spells, I'm gonna give her a lot of cards. I can do this, though. And then I can do that.
Job's done.
And then in the turn. Gematsu has an article, Shuhao Imai Hinsa that canceled Tokyo Majin Gakken Tensenshu release. Kenpouchu and Genhouchu remasters. I don't know any of these games' names. Seems like 3 different games from a DS series. Okay. This is probably not any actionable information anyways, even if I did know these games, because you kind of have to wait until wait till you hit a point. Do I have a random friendly beast that would have died? That one will. So I could play that. Yeah, until they've actually announced something, there's nothing really to take from that. Gematsu has an article. Persona Q2 story is centered on the Persona 5 cast, heavily involves Persona 3 female protagonists. So I suppose Persona Q2 is kind of a side story spin-off of Persona 5 characters, while bringing back a, I assume, fan favorite from Persona 3. How those two games really connect to each other is slightly questionable. If I do this, he dies. If I do this, they don't die.
What lurks in the depths?
Let's see. Alright. Do this. This. Then steal the card so I can do this and then do that.
Your magic only darkens this wood.
Job's done.
13 cards to 14 cards now. So this game is interesting. Doctor Who Infinity is on Steam, and I thought this was going to clearly be a game that was just a blatant theft of the Doctor Who series, like they didn't have the copyright to it at all type thing.
I only grow stronger, fool.
Job's done.
But it turns out Doctor Who Infinity is actually from somebody who has the license, or at least it seems that way. It says Doctor Who Infinity brought to you by the team behind the award-winning Doctor Who Legacy game. This is the inventive new platform for telling original Doctor Who stories written, drawn, and narrated by incredible talent mixed with a unique take of puzzle gameplay. And let's see. Now, the fact that they say they're the people that made Doctor Who Legacy is weird, because I don't see Doctor Who Legacy listed on Steam under them. So let's see. It was a app. Yeah, it was a Google app game. Okay, that explains it. I'm thinking of a different Doctor Who game then. Not Doctor Who Legacy. Let's do this. And I want to do 2 to an undamaged one. What do I want to do this? Let's take this. Do this. Do this. This. Do that. In the turn. See, what's gonna suck here is I'm gonna get him to draw 4 more cards, and then it's still not gonna fatigue him. So I guess before I talk about this game is a match 3 game to start off with. That's the weird part. It's animated in a weird way. Looks like it's definitely going for a like painted in brightly colored pictures. It's probably trying to target towards kids, which makes sense. You know, Doctor Who ostensibly is a kid show, whether people want to admit it or not. But
This guy's toast.
the art style seems to also kind of wander, so I imagine that they have different artists working on it that are not really aping them. It seems like you're getting stories of all the previous Doctors and things that would tie into at least a reboot series, if not the entirety of the Doctor Who series. I'm not a huge fan of Doctor Who. I don't think you get enough quality compared to dealing with a lot of pretty bad episodes.
Job's done.
See, yeah, she's drawing cards, but it's not increasing her fatigue. So, yeah, that's not gonna work. Her special ability is not fatiguing enough. She's got it to 16. Let's see. Do this. Swipe. Cast a spell.
Eyes are open.
One shot, one kill.
Let's see, he'll only take 4 damage there. I don't know how you can love this game though. It's already got $15 of DLC on it. Doctor Who Infinity, the Lady of the Lake, and the main game. I guess that's a 3 stories bundle. The Lady of the Lake is the only actual DLC. So to buy it with the first bit of DLC, you're already paying $15.28 for a match 3 game on PC for really no reason. Or you could just buy the main base game for $11.99. I guess I'll wishlist it just to keep an eye on it, but I seriously doubt very many people. Let's see. If I took this card, it wouldn't help me. Let's see. Let's play this. And let's play this. Summon a 1/1 card for each wisp in your hand, for each card in your hand.
Running the program.
Let's see, let's try that.
Of course.
Well, the good news is, unless this last card can do 3 damage, I may have won here. I may have really lucked out. Really lucked out. There you go. Got really lucky there. So no real resolution on Doctor Who Infinity. I'd say check it out. If you're obsessed with Doctor Who and have to have everything Doctor Who, I'd say maybe consider a alternate there. Let's see. I think we already did what we needed to do, so I need to really just move over to the Asian account. Let's open this pack. Now on my European account, I probably, with some luck, will get at least one card here that doesn't get turned into dust. I imagine it would be this epic. If that's not the case, well then I will have a bunch of dust, and I do have some more dust I could make. Yeah, all 5 of those just got turned into dust. And where were we in crafting mode as far as missing common? I wish there was some autocomplete or spell check on this. So all standard cards in crafting mode. I have this. So first things, let's start getting things that we don't even have one of. That makes sense. Because there is this thought, it's never been proven or even stated by Blizzard, that you might be less likely to get a new card if you don't have one of them already. But if I can get to a complete collection of commons and standard play, that moves me closer to being in line with my other account. Of course, I should have done this in neutral cards first. And by adding all these cards, this very possibly is going to change what HS Replay was recommending me, because HS Replay certainly wasn't recommending me the top tier decks that I would need 6,000 dust to make. They were recommending me something less than that. I'm seriously surprised I don't have 2 of those. And yeah, that's some progress. At least there's still a ton of missing things, but at least now I have one of every common card. Let's see, I believe for my main account I had somewhere around 33 pages of missing standard cards. In comparison, we're at 64 pages on the European account, and I imagine I'm only 137 pages in total of missing cards. So not as bad as I would have thought. A little bit of progress being made. We used our dust, I think wisely, at least. Well, it's certainly going slow. It's a slow Wednesday. That's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Welcome to the end, friend.
Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, August 8th. It's been a slow Wednesday. I've been moving slow, very tired, still suffering from insomnia, and that certainly wasn't helped with the Boomsday expansion coming out yesterday. We've got a Tavern Brawl that's really slow. We've got cards from new decks to play from hsreplay.net that are really slow. I need to play some Overload cards and some Elemental cards, which will be interesting because I don't believe HS Replay really cared about any of that. Like, I don't believe that there is an Overload cards per se in this deck. I think there might be one, but that's not what I did. And since I kind of deleted everything, that means immediately I need to build an Overload deck, which, alright, easy enough, easy enough. So Overload, and see, I think I'll probably decide to make it a wild deck in the first case. That way I can bring in more minions that play a little bit better with that. So that's 27. So I can keep it a standard deck and maybe get some victories and get some draw cards, or I can change it. Let's see. Well, might as well name this Overload. Yeah, let's just keep it a standard deck. Take 2 bloodlusts, take a Hex, and you're done. There's your Overload deck. And the other daily quest I needed to do was Elementals, and I believe if I play the Freeze Mage I will run into enough Elementals. No, not really. There's only like one. So is there a chance that something else is an Elemental? Not really. So new mage deck. I found out that the Whizbang decks will, by the way, tell you if after you've won with those Whizbang decks, if you play just Whizbang and then it gives you a random deck recipe, it'll tell you what recipe you just played and say, hey, do you want to go and try and build it right now? And then for a lot of people, particularly me on these European or Asian accounts, you're going to find out that you can't actually build the decks because you're missing so many cards. Let's see. Whenever a weapon is destroyed, I don't think we need that one. Let's see. I have about 2 more that I need to play. Excuse me. Let's see. What else do I want to play? What else? We'll take that. There you go. And we'll call that one Elemental. And that's the 2 things we're gonna need to do after we do the Tavern Brawl. So I suppose, as far as deck rebuilds, I can just quickly say I use the same strategy that I used for the European cards, which was to use HS Replay to tell me what was the one best deck I could build with the amount of dust I had, and then I tried to build that and made some slight modifications there, and then I looked at it and said, what is the cheapest hunter, what is the cheapest maze, what is the cheapest paladin, and got one of each of those, and had to make a lot of changes. So this really isn't freeze mage, this really isn't odd paladin, it's just the closest I could make, and I used as much dust to make commons and rare cards that I was missing, so I got a guided sense as far as what cards needed to be made first. And that took up, I think, all my dust. I'm not sure if I crafted anything else. You can see here I'm looking at the missing commons for standard, and I have at least one of each. So maybe at some point I specifically went through all of the commons and made sure I had one. For wild cards, did I make sure I had all them? No, I'm not in crafting mode. Oops, let me set that again. Starting over again, in crafting mode. The cards I am missing. I'm missing this. I can create one of those. And that's it. That's all the dust I have left. So yeah, European and Asian accounts, definitely still missing some stuff. Quite a lot. How many pages? 44 pages of just commons missing for wild. Let's see. 143 missing cards in general for wild cards. And looks like it's going to be about 53, no, it's higher than 53 pages of missing cards just for standard. 65 pages. So there's a ton of missing things still. And I'm not sure I'm ever going to be able to really get everything done. I think what'll probably happen is time will roll around and Unguru and Frozen Throne will get moved into wild, and that will just reduce the amount of standard cards that I'm missing, and then slowly but surely I can catch up. Yeah, unless somebody was just to gift me a ridiculous amount of card packs, which I know you can do it, I don't know how to do it, but that would be about the only way. And if they were going to give me card packs, I'd much prefer it on my America's account anyways. That kind of sucks that you can't shift your card packs around somehow. That I can't say, actually I'd like this card pack to be opened on my European account, not my Asian account. Because particularly classic card packs, I only have 3 legendaries left to get on my main account for classic. Then I have a complete collection. So once I get classic card packs at that point, they're kind of useless. It'd be much better to switch them over to a different account. So this Tavern Brawl is slow as all get out, but it seems like you're probably guaranteed to win since both players are working together. I don't want to go into a 4th recording, so we need to hurry up and start going through the news. There's this early access game on Steam called The Impure. It says it's an action-adventure indie casual game.
I must protect the wild.
Let's see. It's got dark screenshot syndrome. It looks like it's a tiny little pixel 8-bit character in a dark area. I kind of like the thumbnail, certainly, of this game, but every screenshot tells me that this game would be annoying to play. It's in English and simplified Chinese, which is always in my mind, counted against it, not as a good thing. It's 20% off for $9.59. Yeah, apparently it's some kind of multi Super Meat Boy with time rewinding functions platforming game, and you're playing as this gray cube, which looks nothing like the black-haired kid with a red cape that you see in the screenshot or in the thumbnail. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna close the Impure. Next game we have is called 2260 VR. It's from a Chinese company. It says it has gore, action, and first-person shooting. Let's see if it's in English at all. Nope, English language not supported. It's only in Chinese. More and more we're seeing Chinese games come to Steam. I assume that's because Steam is coming to China. But yeah, this is nothing. 2260, nothing worth playing. Even if you could. Let's see, Gematsu has an article, Langriser series, a restart countdown website launched. So that's Langrisser series, Langriser. I've never heard of this. It's a strategy RPG series that has sold over 1 million units. Has it ever come to the West? Let's see. I'm gonna destroy an opponent and then do that.
Job's done.
Let's see. The first entry of Langriser was launched for the Sega Genesis Mega Drive in 1991, so it's kind of old. I guess that explains it. Must not have had anything out recently. So that'll be interesting, but yeah, I'm looking at a trailer that's showing Langriser 1, Langriser 2, Langriser 3, 4. They all look like very, very Japanese-only Japanese RPGs, which I don't think you can just do that nowadays. I think you're gonna have to do something different. Alright, so each player gets a mana crystal, and then this, and then this, and then the turn. So on this Tavern Brawl, I'm playing as the Druid, where I've been playing as the Rogue the other 2 times. So I kind of know what cards they have and they need to play, but I'm not sure how. I guess I'm playing a Druid, a Jade Druid strategy in the meantime. Kill one of these. A restart countdown is an interesting phrase. I guess that means that they're going to reboot the whole series, probably in 3D. It's an interesting idea. It certainly makes a lot more sense to restart an old series that you might have a license to than it is to just make an entirely new series. So that's an interesting idea, but again, this is an instance of Japanese video game advertising at its worst, where this is a tease for a tease for a tease with literally no information. Let's see. In a similar way, Gematsu has an article, Crystar details the Kokoro Fudoji Sin Megaba and Nemesis 777 and systems. which those are potentially systems, names of characters. They could be really any combination of lots of different things. And as I scroll down, let's see. Kokoro Fudoji is a character.
Trust me.
An anime girl in blue armor, scantily clad armor. Basically like a tube top. If you combined the tube top and armor and made it into a heart shape, which Kokoro is Japanese for heart shape. Or heart. Sin Megumiba, so the character all in black. And Minesia is a character in a darker purple black. Looks kind of like a vampire anime girl. 777 is a character kind of in like a long straitjacket looking outfit. Seems to be younger and shorter, and mostly in shades of pink. Doesn't seem like these are crazy demon-like things. Gain an empty mana crystal. Play that right now. Restore 4 health to each hero. Like, he's just not playing the right cards. Like, I hate to blame my competitor here, but he kind of isn't. And so he's gonna get killed if he's not careful. Yeah, it seems like this game, Crystar, is some kind of 3D turn-based Japanese RPG, somewhat focused around, I don't know, punishing the wicked, being demons, and punishing evil people. Crystar is due out for the PS4 on October 18th in Japan. We'll see if it comes to the West. It probably has a chance of it. Let's see. If I play this, it's not a bad one to play. Next we have a game on Steam called Save Them. This is a game that is drawn with black and white stick figure characters. I would say for the black and white stick figure characters, they at least animated them walking backwards and forwards a little bit more than you would expect. For the level of awful graphics I'm seeing, I wouldn't half expect them to simply just slide a single image across the place. If this really didn't look so bad, I'd almost give it a shot. If this was being played on some kind of vector-based black and white monitor from decades past, this would be amazingly interesting to look at. This is kind of the same thing that was the problem with like the Virtual Boy. The idea was to, in the Virtual Boy, all they could really do was red lasers images, and so they made effectively a monochrome layout when it really needed to be closer to a full color layout.
Time waits for no one.
I almost want to give this game a chance. It's $2.99. Save Them but it has like only 10 stages. It says it has surreal narrative and multiple endings. I don't know what the deal is. Like I'm looking at one screenshot where it looks like really good. So I don't know why they would want to do the stick figure thing. Just replace the stick figure with something else and it would have actually made it to my list. And apparently this developer now hasn't developed or published anything, so it seems almost like it's been kicked off Steam already. Probably, I don't know why. I'm not gonna speculate why. Let's see. If I do this right now, it'll be 1 away. And that's kind of all I can do, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. And I don't want anything that's 2 away, so I'm gonna kill this and then just end the turn. See, the next game we have on Steam is called Fate Seeker. I'm pretty sure this is Chinese only. Yeah, simplified and traditional Chinese, $21.09. I don't know why they translated to English. Honestly, it's really, I could never really be a critic of Chinese only games, but the fact that it is in traditional and simplified Chinese probably means, in my head, it tells me they probably did more work. Let's see.
Ah, the great outdoors.
And this doesn't look bad. Alright, just gonna shuffle 3 more in here. And just gonna play this. And let's see what happens now. Yeah, he just killed me completely. Like, he killed everything on my field to make that happen. I was wondering about what would happen if you did that. Well, I can now recover from that. But that certainly wasn't the right way to play that. Yeah, if you're a Chinese speaker, Fate Seeker might be interesting. It's 92% positive with 180 user reviews. A lot of Chinese games, though, look like MMOs, and that's kind of it. So I don't know how to really criticize that or review that properly.
I've been inside that thing for months.
Summon that. Play that. And do that. And then return. PC Gamer has an article, and I felt like it was worth mentioning this. The article says the DDoS attack, the distributed denial of service attacks, reported by the FCC last year didn't actually happen. The Office of the Inspector General determined that the FCC's reports of cyber attacks, which prevented people from leaving comments about net neutrality, was false. I think most people who were paying attention to net neutrality kind of knew that this was a false statement. The question here is there going to be any condemnation by Congress? Because really the Office of the Oversight, well, this is the Office of the Inspector General. So I don't know what the process here is. Like, you can say it's false all you want, and it can get buried in political mud, or somebody somewhere can say, no, that was wrong, you're in trouble now, somebody's gonna lose their job. Ideally Ajit Pai, I've forgotten his name now, the guy in charge of the FCC who was trying to destroy net neutrality because he was a former and almost certainly is a current actor on behalf of AT&T and the other big media people, Verizon and internet service providers. I am not willing to take the blame for that one. I think my opponent, not even opponent there, the person that was supposed to be working with me was just not working with me. Moving on, GameIndustry.biz has an article, streaming will happen, just a matter of when. EA. Executive Vice President of Strategic Growth, Matt Bilby, sees streaming capable smart TVs eliminating traditional consoles in 10 years. EA discusses its moral compass after Star Wars Battlefront 2 loot box backlash. So basically, true stories, both probably coming from Matt Bilby. One is that he believes streaming will happen. If net neutrality is destroyed, streaming will definitely not happen in 10 years. And the other is them sitting down after the loot box controversy and deciding to quote-unquote create a moral compass, which inherently just, I guess, means that they had no moral compass and had no cultural identity as a company until this point. I mean, what do you really get from that? How do you say that only after the loot box controversy did we sit down and say, what is the way we want to act as a company? You've been severely not running your company well up until that point, if that's the case. I'll leave it for you if you want to read these articles. It's rather long, and this is one of those interview articles. It's just somebody in the industry giving their ideas, and then a lot of people reporting and perhaps reacting to that.
Gadgets and Gazette always gets the scoop.
Next game we have on Steam is called Dust and Echoes Vengeance. It's a side-scrolling shooting game. It doesn't look so much like a bullet hell game as perhaps a little bit slower than that. It's getting a little bit bullet hell-y. There it is. Now it's up to bullet hell. The graphics are hard to see, frankly. The background is not pitch black, so there's a lot of background elements that seem like you would think your projectiles aim towards you, and they probably aren't.
Ah, the great outdoors.
Let's see. So, this was the card my opponent was supposed to play in the last game. If you don't play this card, you're not going to win. Now all I need to do is draw a bunch of cards. That's pretty much it. Keep us both alive and draw a bunch of cards. Let's see.
Trouble?
Play this. And I'm gonna go and just hold on. Okay, I really don't even have reason to hold on to it, so I'm gonna do damage. Yeah, Dust and Echoes just doesn't look visually polished enough. It's 25% off for $3.74. It's in a very competitive field with shooter games. And a lot of people think they can get away with making a cheap, lazy effort shooter game, and you can get it on Steam. It doesn't mean people are going to buy it. Moving on, Gematsu has an article, a new Sakura Wars game presentation possibly set for the summer. So we have an announcement for a possible announcement. Okay. We'll skip over that. Sakura Wars being a anime that also is a game that might have also been a light novel. It's a pretty old one.
Funnel cakes! Get your funnel cakes here!
GameIndustry.biz has an article. Former 2K Games president Christopher Hartman joins Amazon Games. Take-Two veteran and 2K founder to lead Amazon as the VP of Games Studios. So inherently this might be part of why Borderlands 3 isn't out. If 2K is a little rudderless and doesn't have enough leadership to really want Borderlands 3 to come out, and push Gearbox to make the next Borderlands 3, or find somebody else to make the next Borderlands 3, which honestly, Borderlands 4, it wouldn't be a terrible thought if they did move it over to a different company completely.
From the depths I come.
But yeah, so again, this is industry insider information. The founder and former 2K Games president Christopher Hartman is now with Amazon Games. Amazon Games pretty much, I don't think they're really the people in charge of Twitch. They might have oversight over them, but I think they are the people in charge of they're in charge of the games that come out on Android and through the Amazon App Store. PC Gamer has an article, the best and worst boss fights in PC gaming. I think I've recently read an article that was extremely similar to this. So yeah, there's not a lot to say here. Just, it's, hey, remember these games you played, or look at these games you didn't play. So yeah, you can look at that article if you're interested, but I'm trying to save some time here. I could move this forward, and I think we probably are at that point. So I need 8, so I can't really do anything. I'm gonna do this, and I'm going to try to be careful.
Pay up.
Get rid of these two. I thought I played enough mana to move this forward. Well, at least we played right, and each player draws a card. There you go, we're gonna have each player draw a card. And we're gonna do this. this one. And let's see. I think I probably should just get rid of everything. These guys now have a buff on them.
Time waits for no one.
So they're gonna do more damage. And they don't take 2 damage when he does that spell. That sucks too. We've got a game on Steam called Virtual Creatures. They look like little 8-bit Tamagotchi-like creatures with this really empty screen. 1 second. I'm losing my voice because I talk so much on so many streams. Yeah. Virtual Creatures just doesn't look good enough. It's 15% off for $4.24. If it was 60 cents and I was like, oh yeah, this is a Tamagotchi clone type game, that would be all well and good, but they want way too much money for what is 90% a blank white screen. I think I'm gonna have to just get better and better at getting through this stuff. Draw a card. And spell damage. And that. Ooh. Here's that card. Rock Paper Shotgun has an article. It's called Premature Evaluation Moon Quest, so this is probably like a quick look or early access look on a game that's not out. And Moon Quest looks like kind of a Terraria style game, and I have like no interest in Terraria style games, so I'm gonna close that article.
I wonder.
We have a game on Steam called Pilot Rudder VR, and it seems like you're sort of piloting a ship using a VR control as a rudder. It's 10% off for $8.99. Graphics don't look good. I bet the controls aren't very good. It almost feels like it's some kind of attempt to be a teaching tool for real pilots, but I am fairly certain nobody in the aeronautics industry would ever let you use this as a teaching tool. Destroy random party crasher. Play this.
Gadgets and Gazette always gets this.
And heal. And in the turn. Let's see. We've got a Steam game called Camping with Girls, which is a weird name because, like, camping with girls or camping with guys, to my head, would be the exact same thing, pretty much. It's tagged adventure, indie, casual, sexual content, and it's a visual novel, so I guess maybe the characters, which are poorly drawn, are I guess all supposed to be high school kids or older, camping together, which I don't know, perhaps in less urban areas, going out and camping with people was, people of the opposite gender was the way in which you could get out of your parents' house and have sex. First I've ever thought of that or heard of that, but this, regardless, is a game that is part of the 80,000 plus achievements bundle and the 50,000 plus achievement visual novels bundle. So clearly this is not a good quality game. It's only for the achievements. That being said, because of the new limitation, it really only has 4 achievements anyways. it's selling by itself for 40% off for 59 cents, so you know what you're getting. And what you're probably getting is about 10 minutes of bad content. Yes, this developer has released, I would say, about a dozen things, and only one of them is rated positive. The rest are mixed or negative. Let's play this. I'm about to lose. So let's just move on. PC Gamer has an article, "The Daunting Aftermath of Releasing Your Dream Game as Told by the Developers of Stardew Valley, Alboy, and more." This is an article that I'd like to read, but I don't have time, really. So I might save it for later. I think I'm going to have to take some significant downtime. And yeah, I probably am going to play 6 elementals just trying to get this stupid tavern bow. I got lucky, I guess, in the previous 2 accounts to have the tavern brawl work easier. We've got a game on Steam called Hello Pollution. It's a 2D physics game about dysfunctional waste disposal company.
Valera versus
So
I must protect
it seems like it's a
You're back.
drag things around the game. You're trying to drag things to bury them and kind of Tetris these items underground. It looks like it's too simplistic of an idea to be interesting. They want $12.99 for it. That is ridiculously high. This one's not a bad card to play early on.
My greetings.
Yeah. I hope we don't see a major increase in physics-based
The
games.
pleasure is mine.
My path.
Let's see. And this is an article about a board game, because now everybody's covering board games instead of just covering video games like they should be doing. I mean, they barely can get video games covered properly without plagiarizing or doing something else wrong. So going into a new field is ridiculous. Speaking of ridiculous, I suppose, there was, I believe these are a couple of VR effects that were for PlayStation VR and weren't very good, have now come to PC. They're published by Sony Pictures Virtual Reality, and they were made by Create VR. First one is Ghostbusters VR now hiring, which honestly, I recall it was incredibly buggy and incredibly limited. They want 30% off right now for $6.99 for it. I think it probably should have been free or close to free as advertisement for the latest Ghostbuster movies, but also it's kind of not set in that universe. It's the original Ghostbusters. So what do you do then? Really? In a weird way, this might be, releasing a game like this might be a good way to push people back into forgetting about Ghostbusters 2016 and just remembering Ghostbusters 1, 2, and the cartoon series. But yeah, that's one game. The other game is Ghostbusters VR Showdown, and honestly, I think these 2 games could definitely have been the same game. One is the now hiring, you're kind of walking around the firehouse and you're meeting up with Slimer, and that's it. Showdown, you're fighting the original Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. and other demons and monsters. And since you're in VR, these really feel like things that would have been potentially at Universal Studios or something.
Side effects.
Not something that you would specifically buy and play at home. I could totally see this being a amusement park attraction. I guess maybe I'll put these on the wish list just to keep an eye on them. Ghostbusters is hiring Showdown is 30% off for $6.99 each. If you buy both of them in the bundle, Firehouse and Showdown, then it's $9.36. Let's see, return an enemy minion to your opponent's hand. There you go. What? I don't know what you're gonna do with that, but I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of it that way. And GameIndustry.biz has an article. IGN drops Dead Cells reviewer after plagiarism. Update site apologizes to Boomstick Gaming, which was the YouTube channel, after determining now former employee lifted the content of its YouTube review. Now, it's going to be hard to prove damages if Boomstick Gaming was going to try and sue them, which he would be in his rights most definitely to sue if he felt aggrieved by his content being stolen. And certainly in Giant Bombcast, they tried to make that out like that was a bad or immoral thing for, because he tweeted and he said, I would have liked accreditation or to be compensated or something in a Twitter. It's like that's what every other person would require. If somebody uses your work and like this, if somebody plagiarizes your work, every single person should be paid. IGN would do their best job whatsoever is to issue a public apology and then issue a private settlement agreement and say, here, we'd like to pay you for this inconvenience. Here's $10,000. Here's $20,000 even. Like just to end that story as much as possible, as quickly as possible.
I fish bigger game. Downsize.
Let's see. Let's see. Let's actually go to Boomstick Gaming's website, his YouTube page. They've got it in full.
Where's my cat?
Watch this on YouTube. So, Boomstick Gaming, he made a video. IGN copied my Dead Cells review. What I do has 42,000 likes and 632 downvotes. As of right now, he has 45,000 subscribers. He probably, let's see, if he does a good job, and he should get a lot more. He has 4 million views. He's been on Steam, on YouTube since December 6, 2006. So he's been doing YouTube for 12 years. So he deserves a break. Like, I would love if I get a break, but I've only been doing this for 4 or 5 years, and I certainly think that Boomstick deserves a break. So if you're not going to subscribe to my channel, or if you're already subscribed to my channel, I'd say go subscribe to Boomstick Gaming. Even if you're never going to watch any of his videos ever again anyways, I'd say do it anyways. Just I feel like the game is specifically stopping me from attacking the hero, which I guess is fine. I need this guy to get as pumped up as possible so he can help do 80 damage. So I'm gonna subscribe to him. There we go. And we'll see how that turns out. Let's see. We have a game on Steam called Electronauts. It says it's a VR music game. I've seen a lot of VR music games. This one feels like it's not even so much a music game as it is a synthesizer that is just randomly moving down a tube, a jittering musical neon tube for no reason. Let's see.
For Blackwing.
We need to deal 1 damage there. And shuffle that. I'm gonna play this card, and I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I don't see a game so much here as just a music simulator, a music synthesizer. It's 10% off for $17.99. Maybe you'd want to check it out if you're big into music, but I don't see a real reason why you'd want to be making music in VR. Maybe if it was a more traditional and not just crazy neon stuff, if it was just putting a guitar in front of you or a drum kit, I imagine a drum kit would be the easiest, and you was practicing drumming and the music was just playing in your ears instead of in the outer area. That might make some sense.
My thanks to you.
Alright. Don't want that one dead. So I'm gonna do this and that. And then I'm gonna go ahead and summon a 1/1 Jade. Start playing the Jade cards. Yeah, I'm not even gonna wishlist Electronauts. This sounds like it's a joke game. Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass. It looks like it's a weird name. It looks like a zoomed in NES game, and when you start zooming in, you can put more detail in it. It looks really rather good. It still kind of looks like it's an RPG.
Where's my cat?
And I have a feeling that this is either going to be dark and twisted humor, or this is going to be perverse humor. Like, seems like you play as a character that can transform himself. Yeah, it's a dark and twisted humor game. It's $14.99. You know what? I'll keep an eye on it and see what the reviews are on it. Because, you know, I might be willing to play a dark and twisted game. But it's gonna be under the right circumstances. Let's see. We need one guy off the field. And let's see how I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna do this instead. Hard. Why did that? I still haven't figured this out. I still have not figured out how this system is supposed to work. Clearly. On Steam we have Overcooked 2. I would have thought Overcooked 2 was already on PC, but apparently it isn't. If you're a fan of Overcooked 1, you'll be a fan of Overcooked 2, I'm pretty sure. It's rated very positive at 83%. The thing, though, is it's not so much a single-player game. It says it has single-player. I guess maybe I could try to play it and keep an eye on it, but it's a $24.99, or you can get the bundle of both games for 10% off, and making it $37.78. This is one of those cooking speed games that that itself becomes an issue. Let's see. Summon that. I should have played that first. Let's see. And can I return this guy to my hand?
Job's done.
Interesting. Ah, and the card just disappears from you. Interesting. So yeah, I'll wishlist Overcooked 2 and keep an eye on it. PC Gamer has an article. PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds announces the fixed PUBG campaign. PUBG Corp acknowledges that Battle Royale could improve across the board. The initiative casts on it's net-wide as it targets performance, matchmaking, bug fixes, quality of life improvements, and more. Frankly, it seems like PR speak to admit you haven't been doing what people have wanted you to be doing up until this point. Or maybe they launched a website somewhere that to say, here's our bug tracker in a website form, so you can list bugs and we can try and work on them that way. Let's see. Charge. Alright. I could kill this guy. And that's kind of all I can do. We have a game on Steam called Rogue A Long Way. And it's not A space long way, it's A-L-O-N-G way. Say it's a roguelike dungeon game. You can try random picked weapons, armor, and buff to challenge your enemy. So it seems like this is a very, very basic game. I generally would call something like this maybe an asset flip because the HUDs don't look very good. But I don't think it's even necessary to make that accusation. It's just way too basic. It's early access and they want $10 for it, so unless somebody comes back and tells me Rogue A Long Way, misspelled, is actually a good game, I think I'm safe enough to ignore it. Let's see. So I played this, but in playing this I have to kill something.
This piggy's going to market.
Running the program. Hug.
And in the turn there. Oh, I thought that guy was gonna get more attack. I was thinking of a different minion when I played that one. Completely different minion. Please, just let me win this time. This is like the third time we've tried this Tavern Brawl. It's been probably an hour. Gematsu has an article, a game called Distance for PC. Launches September 18th. The PlayStation 4 version is yet to be dated. It's been available via Steam Early Access since 2014. Let's see. rated very positive, 85% of 20 users in the last 30 days and 93% in general. It's an early access racing, great soundtrack car game with some neon looking cars. Alright, well I'll keep an eye on distance and see what people say like 30 days after it comes out of early access. I wouldn't be surprised if it's also one of those games that is not actually a finished product. Got all these coins. What am I gonna do with all these coins? 1, 2.
My eyes are open.
Guess I have to play this guy against him. Next game we have on Steam is called Lifeblood. It looks like it's a early access MMORPG type game. It's a lot further along than most games, but also, yeah, I don't know. It's online multiplayer only, so I'll never play it. It's 10% off for $13.49. Yeah, you just have to have a really big company behind you to get people to play this. And instead it's from apparently a brand new developer, according to Steam, that they have nothing else listed. Oh, this is so stupid. This is so ridiculously dumb. It's been probably an hour now, and we're not getting that Tavern Brawl done. On the other hand, my quick and easy made overload deck will get that daily quest done pretty quickly, and the elemental deck will get the other part done. And frankly, I'm getting to the point where I just want to kind of wrap it up. I have a ton of news still to talk about, but I could probably save it all for Friday. Like, we've got a Your Gamer article. Child of Light Valiant Hearts is heading to the Switch before the end of the year. So that's 2 games. Child of Light, a game I did cover, and it was alright, but it wasn't great. And Valiant Hearts. I think part of the problem with Child of Light, though, is it was built around a timing-based, turn-based RPG element that I was just not happy with. I would have been much more enthused if it was simply a action-based press a button and attack, or even if it was a standard turn-based fighting mechanic. The combination of the two. Valiant Hearts, on the other hand, here's a trailer. I don't think I've heard of this one. Seems like it's some indie game that passed me by. These are both, I believe, Ubisoft games. And there might be a Child of Light too, but it's almost
I wonder.
It's less likely than you would think. Yep. So yes, there is Valiant Hearts: The Great War available on Steam. It's overwhelmingly positive, 95% positive.
I wonder.
Let's see. I'm trying to find what to do.
There is little time.
So one more overload
What is my
to summon
purpose?
3 copies of a friendly minion. Look at this. If I overload a couple more times, this will be cheap enough to play, and this will be cheap enough to play. 3 copies of a minion, 4 mana.
By the holy light!
GameIndustry.biz says Netflix of games, a threat to developers. If subscription streaming services take off, creators are likely to lose the leverage in dealing with platform holders. I would say that's probably a misappropriation of the word creators. That would be publishers that have some sway over platform owners, not individual creator, really. If I get this down to 0 by the 7th turn, I guess I could do that all in one fell swoop.
Unity, precision, perfection.
Wow, I could do it twice. Of course, I just played that card, so if he kills it, that'll be bad. Netflix of video games are not likely to happen anytime soon, and Netflix themselves is trying to add some gameplay elements to their idea, but they certainly aren't thinking you're going to be playing Call of Duty through their service, and it would almost certainly be its own separate service.
What is my purpose?
Meanwhile, there's several other people who already have similar things to Netflix already, like Microsoft themselves. There we go.
By the holy light!
And we'll just end the turn, and I lost. But whatever. So we have a game on Steam called Elo Hell, E-L-O space H-E-L-L. Elo Hell is a choice-based episodic narrative sitcom about a person trying to go pro in today's esports industry. Put on your try-hard pants because things are about to get interesting. I don't know if this really is a game, or if this is some more of an interactive experience. The animation isn't terrible looking, but I'm not sure what the gameplay mechanic is. I guess it's a Telltale style game. Did I get all of the Overload cards played? Nope. Try that again. If I had one there, I would have been really surprised. Let's see. It's early access for $19.99. I'll keep an eye on it because it's an interesting idea and the graphics don't look horrible, so it doesn't look like it's just an immediately a joke game. It very possibly will turn into a joke. But let's see. We have an interesting Chinese-only game, I would assume. It says it's in Japanese, simplified Chinese, and traditional Chinese, which I don't understand because this game is a game that's already on Steam. So it is a game I've covered, which is Pretty Girls Mahjong. That game already exists. We've seen it. I've covered it. I've been demonetized for playing it, even though it doesn't really show any nudity or anything. Although this one is tagged with sexual content because they're in swimsuits, I guess, unless there's some slight decensored version here. Maybe they added one new character here, but this is exactly the same game. I'm looking at every single screenshot. It's the same game. And yet it's not from the... It's like a licensed... I guess it is from the same developer that made Pretty Girls Mahjong. But they're just giving it a different name and releasing it. Perhaps it's the Chinese censored version of it. If that makes sense. I guess that would make a little bit of sense. There. Let's see. Pretty Girls Mahjong Solitaire. What languages is it originally in? English and Japanese. Okay, so I guess they just are making a Chinese version of it. That's weird. But that is something we are going to see more of in as more Chinese. It says, this game is Chinese only. Sticky Rice has acquired the rights to develop a Chinese language version of the popular Mahjong Solitaire titles. We have English titles currently under development too, and hope to release on Steam soon. And I'm not sure, I guess I believe them, but this is going to be an interesting twist if we start seeing tons and tons of Chinese only versions, Chinese censored versions of games that have already come out on Steam. Let's see. Next game we have is called Bouncing Over It with Friends. Seems like it's a player versus player bouncing game where you play as a ball and bounce. It's kind of probably getting over it concept, but you're playing as a slime ball that can bounce. It's $4.99. The graphics don't look good. That's way too expensive. Frankly, I'm not even sure getting over it with Benet Foddy is worth owning. It's just, it's something that kind of became a meme. Let's see. We've got a game called Rugosi, R-U-G-O-S-I, on Steam. It seems like a very poorly animated Super Meat Boy style game. And it's trying to sell itself as being simple. It has 32 achievements for 99 cents, and I think more than anything it's probably an achievement hunter game. See, we don't need to talk about Rock, Paper, Shotgun, talking about Doctor Who Infinity. Let's see. Play this. And that's all I can do. We've got a game on Steam called Bad Pad. It says it's a hard rock musical comedy Metroidvania platformer. The wacky premise of Bad Pad is told in songs and set around the gamepad's buttons who come to life. They're endless battle, tons of jumping and controlling machines, and a little bit of time traveling. Well, it's an interesting concept, I suppose.
I wonder.
But what's being shown to me is just some small 8-bit Super Meat Boy-esque clone of a game, which still a lot of Super Meat Boy-esque clones out there. It is, I suppose, a genre. I guess you can't really just say it isn't, but it's just, I'm just not willing to play anything like that. If I'm gonna play Super Meat Boy, I'll play Super Meat Boy. Bad Pad is $12.74 with 15% off right now. TechRaptor has an article. THQ Nordic and Uprising Games announced a cute 3D platformer called Scarf. It looks a little bit like that that game that came out only for PlayStation. Let's see. Right now, I guess it doesn't have a Steam listing or anything, so it's a little premature for me to get any information about it. There's this announcement trailer. It looks interesting enough. I somehow played 6 elementals when I was trying to play Overload cards. Alright, looking at the trailer, you have a scarf. It sometimes turns into wings and can make bridges and can do other things, and you're playing as this blob of a little boy character. And so it's, I imagine this is an adventure story taking place in the mind of a kid. The wings at some point turn into a gliding apparatus. And it's cutesy 3D animation. Seems like it might have a place in THQ Nordic, depending on what you think THQ Nordic really is going to be. Is it going to be the developer of anything and everything, or is it going to be the developer of Darksiders, or is it going to be like THQ and the developer of a lot of kids games? I think if they start going and the kids games are out, they're going to suffer horribly. Now that, particularly since there's no Toys R Us around. And then a thought occurred to me about Toys R Us shutting down is, why did FAO Schwartz not buy some of those stores? I guess they were smart enough to know that model doesn't make enough money. Or maybe they had some other reason. Maybe they can't afford it themselves. We've got a game on Steam called Circle Empires. Says it's a real-time strategy game. It looks to me, I can't even see because it's broadcasting right now. They say it's a fresh take on the real-time strategy game featuring fast-paced approach to conquering the world. It seems like it's kind of like an aggro game where you're trying to get players on certain platforms to control it, but then it is single player only, so it's not even multiplayer. Circle Empires is 10% off for $7.19. So yeah, nothing that interests me. We've got a game called Nogalious, Nogalious. Says it's a retro style action platformer that pays homage to era classic 2D 8-bit gaming. The thing here is that this is an 8-bit style, and I often use that as a descriptor of a bad game, but this actually has done it right. It's zoomed in. And that's the thing, when the camera zooms in, when you can make the details a little bit better, you can go a little bit 8-bit. This does look like an old NES game. Does that mean it's a good game? No, not really. They want $9.99. I'll keep an eye on it and see what the reviews say. But at least this one feels like it has a chance, and it isn't just using the phrase 8-bit as a concept to hide behind, to hide their ineptitude. So the last thing I need to do is get this stupid tavern brawl done. PC Gamer has an article. Blizzard has multiple Diablo projects in the works. Some are going to take longer than others, but we have some things to show you later this year. So BlizzCon is going to be happening pretty soon around here. Something should happen. Whether it's an update for Diablo 3, that would be pretty disappointing. If it's a remaster for Diablo 1, that would be alright, but I'm not sure it really needs that. If it's a teaser trailer for Diablo 4, at least we know they're making a Diablo 4. If it's some kind of cell phone game, that'd probably be pretty disappointing. If it's a comic book or non-video game, that'd be a pretty big disappointment. Generally speaking, though, this is just a tease for BlizzCon, which will just be full of teases themselves. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and play this first. Gematsu has an article, Toho Azure Reflections for the Switch launches August 30th in the West. Toho Azure Reflections looks like it's a bullet hell shooter game, if you're interested in that. Let's see. I'm just going to leave that there. We have a game on Steam called Hyper Simon X. It's a fly up the screen arcade shooter game. Looks fine, but not particularly impressive. And for that genre of games that I have no real interest in, it would have to look amazingly impressive. It's English and Portuguese Brazil. It has 41 achievements, and the achievements are letters, which tells me that's really the reason why it's been made. It's 40% off for 59 cents, so it's just an achievement hunter game. Next game we have is called Car Steroids, but merged together as one word. One assumes still pronounced Car Steroids. Let's see. It's a top-down cars shooting lasers at each other, fighting in a square ring game. Looks pretty incredibly boring and badly animated. Early access $4.99. Just gonna go and play this. Then in the turn. Gematsu has an article, We Happy Few Uncle Jack Live VR announced for PlayStation VR. Available today for free. So this is a side story We Happy Few game for PlayStation VR. I'm surprised they're still doing this, but I guess this was one of those games that would have been in development during the period that VR was getting experimented on a lot. So yeah. We Happy Few, the proper game, is coming out for the PS4, Xbox One, and PC August 10th.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Let's see. We've got another game called Slamoids, which is an Asteroids clone. The graphics at least go in a different direction. They're still not good looking, but it's not as generic as other games. It's 15% off for 84 cents. No, thank you. Yeah, I don't know what in the world would sell me on an Asteroids game. Let's see. And
This might sting.
we have a game called Stories in Stone, which apparently is an RPG where you're playing as cave drawings, which is an interesting idea, but it limits your visual palette so much. It only in concept is it interesting. Visually, it's boring as you could get. It's 10% off for $8.99. No, I don't think so. I don't think I'd wish us Stories in Stone. We've got one called Fitzel Majestic Eagles, which is just a puzzle game built around eagles. We don't even really need to go any further on that. It's 40% off for $1.79. It's just a very low effort game.
Living high on the hog.
And want to be careful not to have 7 when I'm done. So
For the spire.
this guy has charge. I should use this and get rid of that. In return, we have a game on Steam called Viking Days, which is a VR game. It looks like it's a combination of several things in VR though. So deflecting arrows with your shield, maybe throwing signal fires, or crossing platforms, fighting frost trolls and dragons. Seems like it's a little bit more varied. It's $4.99. If I had a VR, I would say Viking Days actually looks like it is a close to a real game in VR compared to so many VR games just being small little experiments and nothing else. Right. I want to play this first.
The craft will stand ready.
And I want to kill that next. And then I'm just gonna play this. And I think that's, well, I'll just leave it. Well, I mean, I could kill this guy. Well, I'll just end the turn there. I don't even know what I really want to talk about this game or not, but there's a game on Steam that I imagine might get taken down. It's just called High School: A Bisexual Experience. It's an adventure, indie, casual, sexual content, visual novel. It seems like you're either not seeing your own character or the main character is a female character. I don't know. Let me see if it says in the description. Yes. The story also relates to the typical life of an openly bisexual girl in high school, which I don't know. Like, I don't think any high school kid should be openly anything in high school. You're opening up the door, certainly, for a lot of people to give you grief if you do something like that. We can do that immediately. I can do this immediately. I'm gonna do this and hope it kills that one. I can do this and do this. What else do I want to do? I want to kill. I guess I could attack that right now. Kill that. So it looks like all these characters, they're drawn way too well, so I imagine they're pre-born assets. And you're just... This really is probably a story that would have been better told as a book than a visual novel, because inherently visual novels are not good. And I would be totally cool with the idea it should have a better name than just High School: A Bisexual Experience. But when I look at the developer, and this is what really sinks it, is every single game by this developer has either not been reviewed or it's rated mostly negative. One of them was made it to mixed reviews. So this is just pandering, and it's just not going to tell a good story. And ideally, no character nor no game about a character should be so built around a single aspect like that. Let's see. I'm just gonna end the turn as it is. gone 30 minutes over. I do recognize that. But I'm trying to wrap up things here. Although, there's this one story that I'm just going to have to save till Friday, I think. I don't even want to talk about it right now. Gematsu has an article, Punchline game launches August 31st in Europe and September 25th in North America. Punchline for PS4, PSV, and PC via Steam August 31st. What is Punchline now? You can be a friendly ghost and you haunt a house full of girls while you solve puzzles, play tricks on them, and solve things. Apparently the video is also taken down. I would have thought it was a anime-esque game where you were punching, and it does seem like that is the case.
So many
but
options.
I don't know. I guess I'll wait till I see a full review of Punchline to get more information. Deal 4 damage. Let's see.
Choose soup.
We've got to kill something here.
For the Horde! For the Spire!
Let's see.
I'm gonna downside.
Gamer Citra has an article, mobile revenue failed to meet Square Enix's expectations this quarter. This is probably, as a consumer, a good thing, I would say. To see Square Enix maybe lose faith and make less mobile games and focus on making AAA games and good games in general. Here's an interesting story from Gematsu. The barista simulator that I believe is already on itch.io that's kind of like a Valhalla clone called Coffee Talk for PC. No, it's just called Coffee Talk. Like, apparently, even though it's already on Steam and it's already been kind of announced, Gematsu is re-announcing it. Interesting. I guess I'll put Coffee Talk on the wish list. It's a little bit more visually appealing than Valhalla is.
So many options.
Originally when I saw it, it seemed like it was it seemed like it was a itch.io only game.
Gadgets and Gazette always gets the scoop.
Right. So I don't want to lose this guy. I'll lose this one. And I'll lose this one. And
Choose soup.
oh.
For the Spire!
I think I'm safe enough to do that too. Unavowed is now on Steam. It's been talked about rather recently as a point-and-click RPG story-rich game. I'll put it on the wish list and see what the reviews are. It's been reviewed by the mainstream media pretty highly, so it's a little overhyped. It's 10% off for $13.49. Bethesda's QuakeCon 2018 Steam sales begun, so you can save on games like Fallout, Prey, Dishonored, Doom, and pretty much anything else that Bethesda's made. Some of those games maybe I could use if somebody wanted to gift those to me, like the Fallout 4, I believe. Well, the complete edition of some of the Fallouts I know I don't have. Maybe not Fallout 4, maybe it's Fallout New Vegas. And yeah, bunch of classic cards, all just regular cards. they're all gonna get turned to dust. For basically an hour's worth of work, I'm going to get 40 dust. Not good. Not a good response there. Alright, so we have everything done. And let's see, is any of the news that I have left to talk about really an important thing to talk about? There's a game on Steam called Wagers of War that looks like it's a card game ported from a mobile game that's free to play, but I'd never played that, so whatever. Might check it out if you just love free to play games on Steam. Fallout Shelter has surpassed 90 million lifetime revenue from GameIndustry.biz. Take that title, pretty much is all you need to hear. We already talked about that article. And it's just another game I could talk about on Friday. We kind of already talked about Square Enix's messy Chrono Trigger PC ports getting its 5th and final update. And some people are happy, some people still would want a lot more. That puts me on the Humble Bundle store. Let's see, is there anything, any game bundle? No, there's a Valiant comic bundle if you wanted to get a Valiant comics. I imagine though, if you wanted to get Valiant comics or specific Valiant comics, this still probably wouldn't be that great of a deal, because it's that I believe they're just going to be ebooks of the comics, and it's going to be like the first, maybe the first couple of volumes of several different stories. So the story I've been dancing around is Riot Games' response to sexist work culture expose. Quote, "We haven't lived up to our own values," says the League of Legends developer, as criticism mounts in the wake of a damning report. I'm gonna try and talk about that and read it and get more information and talk about it on Friday. This stream, on top of Insomnia, on top of having the stream for the new expansion, has certainly added just some exhausting things. Added a lot of tiredness to me, and this, much like the deck rebuilds that happened last night, it was just not great. And I still need to go and break up the pack opening video and re-upload that as a edited format, and break up the deck rebuilds and re-upload those as edited formats, and that they're going to be really controversial, and a bunch of people are going to complain in the comments, and then the videos are going to get recommended to more people, and then more people are still going to complain about it, and because more people will see it. And inherently that's why your worst work is the one work that that gets seen on YouTube. It's a terrible system. I'm scrolling down my Twitter feed just to see if there's anything. Let's see. I've heard an accusation, I can't confirm if it's true, that Twitter has gotten a lot more censoring, and so people are just not seeing certain people on Twitter. I don't know if that's the case or not. I kind of feel like I'm seeing everything, but if I wasn't, how would I know? And it very well might just be hidden behind a bunch of rules and such. things are still airing on my channel. I'm down to the point where my channel hasn't fallen apart completely, so everything is good. That's about as far as I've gotten as far as load standards. As long as the videos air, that's good enough. I'm not even worrying about views or subscribers. I am getting subscribers, and that's fine, but it's certainly not enough in a speedy way. At this rate, I'll hit 1,000 subscribers 2 to 3 years from now, which, yeah, that's not realistic at that point. I'm sure YouTube will have said at that point that everybody needs to have 10,000 subscribers to be monetized. So I guess as we're wrapping up here, yeah, there's nothing else on my Twitter to talk about. My extra ask is to, if you know anybody who has a YouTube channel, no, if you know anybody that has a YouTube account or channel or otherwise, ask them to subscribe to me, even if they're never gonna watch, whatever. Just see if I can get more subscriptions. They don't have to watch a single video ever. That's my extra ask, I guess. There's really nothing else you can say. That is just, hey, subscribe to this guy. He needs the subs. That's it. That's also it for this recording. So as always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, Facebook, Steam, Battle.net, all of those links are down below in the description box. And if you want to support me, I'm asking people to friend me on Steam and gift me a game or a gift card, whether it's a game off my wish list or just a game that you want to see me cover. We didn't get to really play a lot of ranked, so I really have to withhold judgment about Boomsday and how that's going to change the meta. Probably won't be until several weeks into it that people start complaining about, oh, this meta deck that's getting played now is way too hard and too crazy. That's it for the stream. I'm sorry about not being very high energy. I'm ending almost all my streams in the past week this way. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.